Alrighty, let's try this again. Hello, you misunfortunate passengers for the day. I'm Captain Boudreaux here with you on the ground here at the St. Louis Regional Airport, Kilo Alpha Lima November here in Bethalto, Illinois. Looking at the beautiful Aerobask epic victory, because you know what, it's Wednesday, it's the end of September, and we need to be doing some epic things at the end of such a beautiful month. I am in a great mood, if you could not already tell. Just received a phone call yesterday, formally asking me to accept the position that I applied for with Southwest Airlines, so I will be a ramp agent at the Lambert St. Louis International Airport. So just got hired by Southwest. Just need to fill out a few things, and I'll be heading up to Chicago for the afternoon with Southwest on October the 6th. So starting the rest of my life, hopefully, with them. So I'm very happy to be on board, and I'm in such a great mood. But anyway, so I felt like we should be doing a flight today, trying to get back into the X-Plane side of things, since my channel name is Boeing Fan 727. Let's just take a look and see. Yeah, everything looks like it's going well on that end of things. But I do have the... Oh, excuse me, I have hiccups. Of course, I'd be recording and getting that. I am just looking at the route here. I did go here on SimBrief to check out my route. Wasn't able to get a direct route out of the regional airports. I had to just type in St. Louis. We'll make a few amendments to that, so instead of actually pretty much be flying the EMOS 2 departure, because we'll be heading straight out to EMOS. So, but instead of just labeling it EMOS 2, probably just go up to EMOS, Neens, and then I think the next waypoint is, Iowa. So, good afternoon. Sorry, it's my lovely girlfriend. Just letting me know she got to work all right. So let me just take care of that and put the phone away. Hopefully going to try to make this distraction free, this flight. Do have some things on the agenda that I would like to talk with you guys about today during this flight, as I'm trying to drum up some more viewership here in the channel and get things going, because I do want to grow my the base of the people that watch me, and going between platforms, both Twitch and YouTube. So looking like the frames are all right now while we're streaming, so frames aren't too bad. That's pretty good. So before we go ahead and punch in our flight, we're going to go ahead and pop the doors open. Turn up that sound just a little bit. Get that open, and I will get the GPU running. So there's that. Let's pop inside this aircraft and get the electronics started up. Turn that off. Nav lights on. Battery 1, 2. Now, and I suppose I'll throw on the avionics master. Turn those down. Don't really need the lights on right now. It's the middle of the day. So I am still trying to figure out this plane. Did kind of watch a basic tutorial. Insert waypoint. So I think I could pop this window out. I don't know how to do that. Maybe one thing I should have watched was how to pop this window out. Because I did that once already, but alright, EMOS, and then I think it's to Neens. And how do I insert a next waypoint? Insert waypoint, yep. Neens, yep. Okay, good. Alright, so then after Neen's, we're heading up to India Oscar Whiskey, or Iowa City, I think it is. Yeah, Iowa City VOR, so insert a waypoint. So, India Oscar Whiskey, Iowa City, yep. And then from there, we're taking Minoso, so MN-OSO, Mike November. Mike November OSO. Yep. Oh, no, I only wanted one. Remove waypoint. There we go. So insert, actually, I think the next now I forget. I'm trying to figure out, because I know you can insert arrivals and departures. I'm just trying to figure out maybe how to do that. Let's take a look real quick. Let's see how to do that. So,
Hello everyone and welcome.
alrighty, so let's take a look here and see what this fine gentleman did. Just fast forward through and wait and see. Yeah, I doubt he did that. So, just trying to jump through, get to the good parts, the parts that I need to know. Although, wait, that could be helpful information on how to pop that panel out. Oh, he just clicked on it. Well, what the heck? Okay, well, let's get to the flight planning phase of this. Okay, seriously, flight plan. Oh, there it is. So, heard about that ballpark. Okay. So, okay. Any day now. Of course, no disrespect to this YouTuber at all. It's just I should have figured this out beforehand, but he did some fancy stuff there. Okay. Alright, so now explain me this. He popped his panel out. What am I doing wrong here? Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, other than the fact that it takes up my whole screen. So I had to click it like right there. So what if I click mine right here? Oh, come back. Ah. Nice. Okay, so import. Yeah, that's just previous flight plans, which I kind of assumed. So I'll go active. So let's do MN. Nope. No so. Okay, so still think I'm missing something. Alright, so let's go back to here. Yeah, he's just doing waypoint info. Oh, but that's cool, I can find out frequencies all right in here. That will save me some time. Okay, yeah, I don't need to know that. I would just like to... Alright, flight plan. What? Well, that doesn't help me out at all. Well, that's always nice. Okay, well, let's see here. Would just like to insert the arrival. Now I wonder. That's the blue M1. Assuming that's correct. So blue M1. I wonder if we can just go ahead and type that in. Nope. Okay. So, I guess we're inserting this waypoint for waypoint. Where am I? Over by Maine. Okay, well, hi Maine. How you doing today? Sorry for wasting that precious few moments. Alright, so let's go up by Iowa City. So after Iowa City, it's going to be Minoso. We have Minoso. No, I really don't want to zoom in. Thank you. And it's going to be Kicker. Yes. Remove it. Thank you. insert waypoint. And after kicker, it's going to be right on the border. Oopie. And after Oopie, it's going to be heading up to Lazy. Oh, that's my waypoint. There's mine. I would just like to insert one. That's alright. And after Lazy, we'll be heading up to... What the heck? Oh, I need a new mouse. So bad. Blew 'em. And after Bloom, it's going to be, we're heading up to Farbo. If I could type today. Nope. And after Farbo, which is right there. Yep. Minneapolis. Really? Oh, I feel so stupid. Okay, well, just because I properly want to insert the arrival, and I thought about that for a good second. I'm like, I wonder if I just insert the airport. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pollen levels are up extremely high out here right now, so... What's the weather looking like over in Minneapolis? Of course I wouldn't know. Well, good step right now is to go ahead and log into VATSIM. Update the weather. Ooh, no. There we go. 070 at 13. So... .070, probably be coming in on runway... looking like probably the 4s. Take a VOR in on the runway 4. Hello. So yeah, we'll be coming on runway 4. So, alrighty, so that is the active flight plan for right now. Gonna go ahead and put that away. Actually, we'll bring it back up. I'll keep that up. Keep it right there. We'll zoom in. Nope. Well, actually, I will save it. KALN-KMSP. And I usually just insert what runway I arrived on, so... There, that is saved. So, that is good. No, I do not want to do that. I would like to go to the active, thank you. Dang mouse. Probably also helps if I insert the airport. I think that's what I did wrong. Yep. We will delete that. Remove waypoint. Okay. Insert departure. Are there any departures out of here? Yeah, I'll figure out what runway I'm taking off on here in a second. So insert waypoint. I think it was EMOS. Yep. And before we go ahead and do anything, I am going to dial up. I already have it plugged in. We're going to get the weather information.
St. Louis Virgi NL Information Zulu. 1700 Zulu weather. Wind 130 at 5. Visibility more than 10. Sky conditions 20,000 scattered. Temperature 29, dew point 17. Altimeter 3016. Arriving and departing runway 11. Advise on initial contact. You have Zulu.
3016. And we'll be taking off runway 11. So insert departure. We'll be taking off runway 11. There. Alrighty. That is all set. Weather is off. TCAS is off. Alrighty. So we are clear to exit out of that. Roughly. Let's just try and see if we can't find a plane that's within a similar caliber of the Epic Victory, which I don't think I'm going to be able to. No. Well, I know that's a 2-engine jet, but well, we'll just wing it. So, and I will be heading up to flight level. Oh, let's see. Well, probably head up to heading sort of north. We're actually heading more to the northwest. Well, Neods is more of a northerly route, so I'd probably pick up we're up to 33,000 today. Alrighty, so KALN KMSP. Our alternate is Q. What was our alternate? Probably was something nice to look at. We'll just pull that back open. KALN KMSP. No, not okay. Really. KDSM. Heading up to 33,000. And it should be about, I'd say, an hour 49, so I'm going to carry about 3 hours of fuel. Actually, let's do about 355 or 350 just for alternate purposes. So we'll send that in. Let the weather update itself because that's what Squawk Buck does. Squawk Buck does it well. Alrighty. Alright, let's get the passengers on board. Let's see what we're going to be carrying today. Oh, this is a fuel sipper. .4. 3.7. That should be good. And I'm going to carry 2 passengers. Really? Yeah, well. And we'll say about 50% luggage. No, really. Thank you. Alrighty, and while we're right here, we'll go ahead and remove the chocks, the flags, get that all set to go. And before we get going, we'll pull open the... Alright, we'll turn on the autopilot panel. Wait for that to warm up. Okay, well, we're right here. We'll actually just go ahead and do it ourselves. Just crank that all the way up to 33,000. So, once we get airborne, like I said, I have some things on topic that I would like to talk about while we're flying. Wow, this is scrolling ever so slowly up to 33,000. Oh, that works for me. 33,000. 240. Our initial climb will be at that, so. And no, really, thank you. Oh my god. This mouth will be the death of me today. No, where was it? There it is. Okay. So that is pretty much all set. So I would say we're almost pretty much ready to go. We'll get the transponder on ground. Actually, that's set VFR. Once we get the plane started up here, I'll go ahead and turn it on to altitude mode. So fuel pump, we're actually going to shut the fuel pump off for a second. And we're going to set this on the left tank so there's more weight on this side of the plane. Park and brake set. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and close the cabin door. Our ground crew will take care of the GPU here in a minute. So,
Fuel tank switched.
pardon. Turn the beacon on. I'd say we're ready to go here. Actually, I will keep that tucked away. Alrighty, so that's all started up. And I will get this on altitude mode. Going to set the flaps. And we'll go ahead and disconnect the GPU. Alrighty, successful startup, so I think we're going to go ahead and begin our taxi. We will have to taxi out to the right here, back taxi up 1735, and then back taxi up to 11. So, a little bit of back taxiing here. Alrighty, let's go. Park and brake. Off! And there we go, we're on the roll. Now, in theory, this is a controlled airport, and we'll be talking to the tower, requesting taxi over. But since there's no one on VATSIM and whatnot, unfortunately for this flight, won't be talking to much of anyone. So. And while we're in the middle of our taxi here, now that we're away from the ramp, we'll go ahead and flip on the respective radars. Make sure they're on and running. Give you one good look at the plane before we get airborne. I'm off the center of the taxi line, but that's alright for the moment, so. Just looking to make sure that my map menu, yep, there it is. So weather, alright, that stuff is on, so alrighty, we are set to go. Strobe lights on since I'll be on a active runway, or at least a runway. Alrighty, and then we'll be just taking a left up here and then back taxiing right over to the end of the runway over there. So this is the local airport. Actually, it's the closest airport to where I live out here in Illinois. I live a little bit off that way. I see the jets sometimes when they're in a downwind for runway 11 or in a large base turn for I think that's 17. Yeah, 17's more south facing, so that'd be 17. Because I was just back taxiing up 35. So, well, like I said, hope you all are having a great week here. I'm off again for the next 6 days, unfortunately. I'm not making much money over at Taco Bell. They've hit a slow season, which is odd for the supposed 67th busiest store out of all the Taco Bells, according to my boss. He told me that they are the 67th busiest out of all the Taco Bells. All that fun, fantastic stuff, but doesn't seem like it right now, where it seems, we're all not working because it's so slow, and yeah, so just makes you wonder if it actually is the 67th busiest, but I don't tend to doubt people. It's just annoying when I'm not making money. So, alright, let's flip around. Any lights going on? And we'll keep this departure on the roll, so let's spool up the engines. Stabilized, and now we're going max power. Rotate about 115. So just passing 60 knots right now. $80 knots. Yeah, she does chew up a bit of runway, but 105, 110, V1, rotate. Positive rate.
Gear up.
Thank you. Cool thing is, when you put the gear up, it automatically turns the taxi light off, which is wicked cool, I find, so. We'll pull the flaps at about 150, or 160. Trim it out for a climb, leave some of that pressure. See how we're doing. Really? Just come on. Thank you. Yeah, coming up on 150. Like I said, we'll pull those flaps here momentarily. Alright, clear the end of the runway. We're going to start our left turn out. There's Moreland Road right down there. That's a road I take to go up to Edwardsville. Fun little road. Bring that power back just slightly so we don't overheat the engine. And then, heck, we'll pull the flaps up. Get rid of some of that drag. Increase that bank just a little bit. Give you an outside view real quick. Beautiful climb out. Beautiful. That's a very squiggly road. And I would live right off back there a little ways, I think. Yeah, that's Moreland Road, North Moreland Road. So Morrow, and yeah, I'd live up just over, just went behind the nose. Cool. Make it a good climb, passing 2,500. There's a 30 degree. I'm gonna say we're in a bit of a steep bank there, so I'd say we're all right there. So we'll roll out, start climbing out a little bit, trim it down because it's gonna pitch up. We're no longer in a turn. Let's see. Yep, I'd be right down right about there. So. Kind of cool. If I could look out my window, I could probably see me flying over. And I'll throw on the autopilot.
Autopilot engage. Autopilot disconnect. Autopilot engage.
Say, I want you engaged. Alrighty, and that should keep us on track. Alright, that's all looking good. This panel is looking good here. Everything is good on all screens. And I think we're going to also climb via speed. So. So yeah, it's going to nose over here real quick until we pick up to 240. Then we'll start climbing via that. This thing, it gets us there a little quicker, and also it's also a bit safer so we don't, keep climbing at a certain angle or a certain feet per minute, or attitude, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look for my words today. Certain attitude, and all of a sudden, before you know it, we're losing too much airspeed. I'm not paying attention for whatever reason, and just to avoid putting the airplane in the ground today, or stalling, or falling, or anything like that. So, but anyways, guys, so while we're in a climb here, I don't really have much to do until we reach 10,000. Just get the plane configured to speed up and turn the landing lights off. That's the topic for the day. I do have a few things, like I said, I wanted to talk about. One being, like I said, I'm always open to constructive criticism here on my channel. I always ask you guys to leave comments for feedback or anything like that. Just let me know how I'm doing. There is one thing that is bothering me, though, I will have to say, for a little bit here on the channel. There has been one individual that has been disliking every single one of my videos. And I've noticed that, all my videos just have one dislike. And it's just easy to assume that it's just one person going around disliking all my videos. If to that person, if you just happen to come across this video, this stream, or when it's later uploaded to my channel, if you just want to let me know what I'm doing, man, or just tell me. And if you're just disliking my videos just to dislike them because you don't like me, or you don't like what my channel is all about, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. You know, I would appreciate it if you were to cut that out, because, you know, it doesn't help me, because I look at the likes and dislikes, and I would like it, you know, when I don't have a whole lot, when I only have, you know, one like, and, you know, when I only have just a couple of likes per video, it just helps me know, because I can't just assume it's one person going around disliking all my videos. You know, what if that's someone else that dislikes my videos, and they're just disliking it because that's not what they want to see here on the channel? So, if you're just disliking them, dislike them, cut it out. If you're disliking them because you just don't like my channel, then take it somewhere else. If you're disliking it because I could do better in the content that I'm creating, then please leave a comment. You know, I'm just asking you nicely, you know, this is kind of what I want from you. You know, I don't know who you are. If I did, I would not go to your channel and dislike your videos because you're disliking my videos. It's just, I need you to stop that so I can be able to figure out in these early stages of streaming and maybe creating content for my channel to know if I'm doing alright, and that just doesn't help me out at all. So, anyways, I guess that's my first little spiel. Let's see, just trying to look at some... Yeah, gonna be a slow climb up. I can imagine, so... But, I guess the next thing on my topic is, just people in general. It's hard to go out in the world nowadays and be so helpful and so friendly to others. Just talking with people that I know and just coworkers and whatnot. It's hard to come where, you know, come where I come from and stuff like that. I guess I'll finish what I was trying to say there. You know, I come from Maine, and Maine's a very friendly state. You know, our people, from what I've noticed there, are always willing to help one another, and it's just a very friendly state altogether, I've noticed. People in Maine are definitely very friendly, and, you know, if there's someone broke down the side of the highway, they're more than happy to help. Out here, though, that's very different. You know, it's just where we live, the kind of people that are around here. It's not a very happy place, to say the least. I mean, I know life ain't all sunshine and butterflies, but it's just a little weird for me, because I've been driving around with my girlfriend in my car, and, you know, I'll see someone who's broke down on the side of the road, you know, has a flat tire, and is just sitting there, or they're just waiting, and it's hard for me just to continue to drive by, because I've almost stopped, and my girlfriend told me to keep going. You know, she told me that we don't generally stop out here, because what if you're changing that tire, and, you know, you get it on there for them, they go a little ways up the road, and then undo it, you know, all of a sudden they're suing you because you didn't correctly put the tire on the car. And it's just weird to think that I come from a place where we would stop and help, and people wouldn't go up the road and do that. Most people, anyways. Not saying all Mainers are like that, and plus we do have tourists from elsewhere, and, you know, like I said, not all Mainers are nice people. We do have our rude ones, but, you know, just generally, you would stop and help. Like, I've only been, I wouldn't even call it an accident. I really wouldn't even call it a fender bender. This is when I owned my pickup truck, 1995 Chevy 1500. Beautiful truck, I miss it so much. Great truck, short bed, side step, single cab, yeah, big old V8, dual exhaust at just behind the passenger door. Beautiful truck, Z71, looks great. It was my baby, it was my bitchin' Betty, that's what I called her. But, I was back home in Saco. I was coming off the highway, and I was coming onto Main Street there, or Portland Road in Saco, and lady in front of me, I thought she had gone. You know, it was a busier time of day, and because we had a very weird intersection, and the off-ramp came out, and we had a little slip lane to turn right, and I thought she had gone, and I looked right, and I saw an opening. Apparently, she had stopped because someone had cut her off. So when I went and accelerated, I was doing less than 10 miles an hour. I was barely doing 5, and I hit her. And, you know, I was still looking left when I went, and I was in the process of turning my head when I heard the thud. And it's a very sickening thud. For those of you who haven't been involved in an accident before or a minor fender bender, when you're driving and all of a sudden your car stops, and you just hear that thud, your heart just sinks. You know, especially if you're the one at fault. And I know you're not supposed to, but I automatically admitted I was at fault. I got out of the car got out of the truck because I looked up and I saw a baby carrier in the back seat, and I felt so bad. And I came to the driver's side window of the car. It was just an old lady with her daughter and whatnot. Daughter was older than me, but you know, and she had her little baby girl in the back seat. And I went up and I started apologizing. I said, I thought you went, and she said, no, I got cut off. And I said, okay, well, we can still drive. Let's get out of the way of traffic because we're holding everything up right now. Let's get out of the way. So we pulled up into the parking lot, and I'm sitting there talking with her and, you know, apologizing. And, you know, they were very nice people, and, you know, we debated on calling the police because, like, there really wasn't much damage. There was no damage virtually to my truck. My license plate that currently sits up on the top of my window frame is slightly bent, and I had a little damage to the license plate holder. I hit the bumper of her car and knocked the license plate light out of her car. Caused a little bit of damage, made a dent in the back of the bumper. It was it was a Dodge Stratus, I think it was. One of the newer ones. So, you know, my bigger truck put a little bit of damage in her car, but, you know, so we did call the police down there just to get an official police report, and she was kind enough to point out, because her car was pretty dinged up, she, you know, pointed out all the dents and scratches and dings that were there well before I came along, and she was very nice to say that the only damage I caused was to the license plate light. She never once mentioned the dent in the bumper. So we came to an agreement that she wouldn't press any charges if I agreed just to pay for the repair of the light, because you need a light back there. And I agreed, and, you know, I got a call later on from her husband, who was very upset. He was not in a good mood, because I guess it's technically his car that he purchased, his name's on it. He was wanting to sue me for everything that I had done. But again, it was agreed, it was in the police report, that it was agreed that I would pay for the damage of the license plate light. So she was calling me up later on, and we talked about that. And I later met the husband, the older gentleman, when I was heading to watch my mom's bowling league, and also subbing for my mom's uncle, who wasn't able to bowl that night. So I was there, and I paid them. I think I paid like $150 because parts aren't cheap nowadays, and yeah, it was a bit of an expensive part and whatnot, but because I guess they had to get up in there and do some wiring, so $150 wasn't unreasonable. It's out of pocket, so, and that was that, you know. And I also felt bad because even though I called it my truck, it was technically my stepdad's truck, and it was also his insurance, and I felt bad because he was kind enough to let me use his truck. It should be my responsibility to make sure that I take care of it, don't get any speeding tickets, which never did, and don't get in any accidents, which I technically didn't, but if you think about it, hold on a sec. So, but yeah, so that's technically the only accident I've ever been in, and like I said, it was just one of those things where, you know, I went out and just made sure that they were all okay and they were all right, and I apologized. And it's just, people should understand and realize that what you put out is what you should get back. You know, if I go up to someone about something, and I'm just being respectful, you know, to them, you know, just inquiring about maybe, like, you know, go up to a car dealership to buy a car. You know, this is very common. I go to a car dealership to, you know, look at cars and see what's out there and whatnot. And, you know, I go there and, you know, I'm just being nice, go up there to, you know, just get some information on a car, because particularly I like to go look at the Dodge Darts and whatnot. And I was actually thinking about buying one for a little bit there, but reality set in. But anyhow, and the dealership guys were just nothing but jerks to me. They were rude, they were nothing but jerks. And it just made me wonder, it's like, you know, and you're trying to sell cars, you know, you're here at your business, and I could have been, I'm not saying I was, and I know I wasn't, but I could have been a potential customer, and you're going to treat me like that, really? So, it's just hard to see. Why the hell am I doing that? I could just go ahead and do this.
Flaps over speed.
Oh. Wrong button. I don't have my keyboard. There we go. Before I break the plane. Would have just right there, but if I had the 727 going. But it's just, it's weird to go to a dealership, or anywhere for that matter, and just, you know, you try to be nice to someone, and they're just nothing but absolutely rude to you. But, so, I guess that's that. It's just, you know, people go out in the world and they're just automatically rude to everyone because they think the world is such an evil place, and it is. The world is definitely in a chaotic state right now, I'd have to say. You know, with all the things that are going on, you know, with the supposed social, you know, or what's the word I'm looking for? I guess social equality, I believe is the word I'm looking for. I guess you guys might know what I'm trying to get to, but, you know, with all the inequality out there and people claiming they're not being treated fair, and politics is another thing that's an endless topic right there. But it's just, you know, yes, the world is in a bit of a chaotic state, like I said, but there are lots of nice people still out there, and like I said, and people are just also trying to go off the notion that if you put out good vibes and a good attitude, that's what you're going to get back. You're going to get back some good attitude from people, and people will hopefully treat you well. Like I said, not going to happen every time, you know, and there are just those people that suck, and unfortunately, they're out there. They're out there in droves right now, but I think if we all just try to be nicer to each other, we could, you know, make a small difference in the community we live in. I know I'm preaching. I'm sure you've heard this one 1,000 times, and if you view this video later, you're going to be like, yeah, buddy, just shut up. But it's the truth. You know? Actually, I'm going to slow this plane down. To 275. Because I'll be hitting a point where the plane should only be flying in smooth air if it reaches that speed. Slow flight. Well, I guess it's the way we take, or the chance we take when we're on a lower powered machine and I'm trying to live stream with questionable internet. So, gotta pay for it somewhere. So, but yeah, like I said, just guess we all just need to try to be a little nicer to each other. And if we can do that, and like I said, we'll definitely get back what we put out there. So, but anyways, so I guess my next topic is cars, because starting my new job here, which pays pretty well. I'll be open enough to say that it does pay at a good rate of $12 an hour, and to me that's phenomenal. That is absolutely incredible. The pay is up there. You know, I've worked jobs that, I think the highest paying job I've had is my current job here at Taco Bell. I'm making $8.50, which, to chime in on that whole, you know, I should be making, or people should be making $15 an hour to flip burgers, that's absolutely ridiculous. You know, I think $8.50, maybe $9 an hour should be the highest you get paid to flip a burger. You know, that this is a starter job, and most of the people I work with are teenagers. You know, I'm not going to call them kids, but they're teenagers, young adults, people who are just starting out in the world, or, you know, only need this job because they work a secondary job, and, you know, this is the job they need just to make a little more income. And they don't want to do back-breaking work. So the whole argument that, you know, the cost of living's gone up and inflation's a killer, and it's like, yes, and inflation is a killer. Thank you. Inflation is a killer, and you know, cost of living has gone up. So I'm actually gonna slow this plane down, because we're just not gonna be able to do this today. We're gonna slow up to 2.6, or hell, I'd go as far as to say 265. But you know, if you want to earn more money, and if you want to make a great living for yourself, and you want to, you know, bring kids in this world and have a good living for them, then you need to actually work. You know, I'm going to be loading bags on a plane, I'm going to be cleaning planes, going to be out in the elements all day. I'm doing a basic ramp job, and for $12 an hour, that's warranted. You know, that's a great starting pay right there for what I'm doing. People think that if you go into a kind of job like that, you need to be getting paid $20 an hour. I could be getting paid that one day, but I have to move up in position on the ramp manager, or, you know, supervisor, or some higher level position for what I'm doing. If you do more work at a job that makes money, you know, starts you out at $12 an hour, if you do more work and take on more responsibilities, then yeah, you're going to make more money, but you ain't going to make money just sitting there flipping a burger for the rest of your days, or asking someone if you'd like fries for that, and then complaining about every little thing that goes on at your job because you're too lazy to work. So I guess, you know, I'm just overjoyed that, you know, I'm going to be making an honest living and doing all this great work for great pay. But thinking about that, and in the future, you know, eventually I got to get a small place for my girlfriend and myself. You know, just an apartment. I would eventually like to look into a second car in the future. You know, well down the future. I'm thinking maybe 5-6 years down the road, at most. But it's nice. It's nice to daydream. And, you know, this is completely theoretical because I have a good car right now. For those of you who don't know, I have a 2009 Ford Crown Victoria Police Interceptor. It was owned by the St. Charles, Missouri Police Department. It's a great car. It's white. Still got the spotlight attached to it. The interior's pretty cool. I'll make a vlog on that sometime. It's a great car. I absolutely love it. It got me to Maine and back, and I actually used less gas than my Subaru, which was a 4-cylinder. And this is a big old V8. This is the P71 model, so it has the Police Interceptor engine in it. But you know, I have that car, and this is current. You know, I've always dreamed about owning a cop car. You know, I love the cop cars. I always wanted to own one, but She just don't want to climb today. So probably gonna make that a lower altitude for now. Probably do maybe 23,000. I just don't foresee us climbing any faster than this. Saying, I think we are heavier loaded today. If we take a look. No, not really. I guess it just doesn't want to climb today. Oh, I'm not doing this. But I've always kind of thought about, you know, if I were to own a second car, what would it be? And I've always joked, like, I want to have a Crown Vic for each day of the week. You know, I want to have just one Crown Vic. I drive it one from Monday, Tuesday, and just each day of the week. But obviously that's not, well, I mean, depending on who you are, that's possible, but I wouldn't do that. 7 cars and only drive one for each day of the week, yeah, probably not. But, you know, the great thing about living here is the ability to own multiple cars. That's just the freedom. Many countries have that. I mean, I don't see there's nothing wrong with owning multiple vehicles, but obviously you have to be able to afford it. And saying I got to a point where I could afford it, I've always thought about, you know, what would be that second car? And I definitely always wanted to get a truck, but my girlfriend says, you know, if we have kids, then after we have kids, you can get yourself a truck and all that great stuff. And, you know, and I have long-term plans with her. And it's definitely, yeah, a good thing to do is, yeah, you know, after I have kids, then we get a truck because, you know, I want to have a vehicle that we're able to, you know, transport our infants around in, and I don't want to be loading them up into a truck and trying to lift and, yeah, and all that stuff. But I always thought, you know, I've been a bit of a Mopar guy. I've always loved my Mopars. Wanted a Dart, but they are ceasing production at the end of this year. Although there's nothing wrong with the used vehicle, it's just the miles. That's the only thing that kills you. But I guess the worst purchase to make is a brand new vehicle, so buying used isn't all too bad. I've always wanted a 2013, or in that era, before they got this new front end on it, Dodge Charger. I don't know, something about those 2013s. The front end was perfect. The rear end was perfect. The style of the car was perfect. It was a perfect design. And then they went and screwed it up. I don't know who was in charge of the design between now and the previous style of Dodge Charger, but they had a perfect look in 2013, possibly 14. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I will pull it up here real quick. Oh, yep, that's my music. Oh, can't spell Dodge today. Now, a lot of you are probably going to disagree with me, but this is the style Charger I liked. This was the one. This was the absolute one. I mean, it just screams awesome. It just looks mean. It looks great. I don't know when they switched it. I think it was 2015. So yeah, heck, even a 2014, about 2015. That right there. I mean, that looks good. Don't get me wrong. It's growing on me. But I don't know. It just, you know, we go from 2015 back to 14, and it's just like, This right here. This is great. And then we get that. Yeah. It just, like I said, it makes you wonder who was in charge between 2014 and 2015. You know, did they fire the guy that designed the 2014? You know, did they fire him? What went wrong? That's my question. So, bit of hard feelings towards Dodge over that, but I'm sure I'll get over it. But I've always loved the 2013, 2014. I've always said 13 because I knew that's when they had this design. I did not know it went to 2014, but yeah. So, I mean, that one. I don't think I'd want a Super B, but I definitely want either black or red. A nice bright red like that, probably right there. Probably right there is a good idea for a car. Maybe with the black rims, but that is the one I've always dreamed of right there. It's the 2013 Dodge Charger. So, that's just one car that I've always loved. I'll be that guy. I like the Focuses that are out now, the Ford Focuses, but I don't think I'd own one.
Fuel tank switched.
It's cool. So much automation on this plane. It even switches it for you. Oh, cool. Slowly creeping past 12,000. Well, I guess while this is still slowly climbing, I can daydream over cars. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I liked the Focuses, but they're all right. I mean, 2017 Ford Focus. I mean, they look mean. They look cool. It's just, I don't think I'd own one. I test drove one. I think it was the 2014 Ford Focus, and it was the, it was the titanium, and it was a white one. It was the white hatchback, and it's a cool car with all sorts of technology in it and whatnot. I don't know. Like I said, they look cool, but I don't know if I'd ever own one. But one car I found nice was the I think it was the Taurus. I think it was the Taurus. I've always liked the Taurus. You know, yeah, it's the cop car. I know, but I've always liked it. You know, ever since it came out. I mean, I'm not happy it replaced the Crown Vic, but I definitely prefer this one with the honeycomb grille. Just because, yes, the cops use the honeycomb grille, but I don't know, I just always liked that style. Oh, what's that? Huh. So definitely a Ford Focus would be, or Ford Taurus. I'm sorry, Ford Taurus would be nice, but you know, I've always thought about it, and like I said, I wouldn't get a truck because I do need a car that's good on gas, but you know, let me hear your opinions. One car I definitely would stay away from is the Chevy Malibu around those years, especially between 20. It's that, not this year's model, but I think it was last year's or the previous style. It's just a pain in the butt for maintenance because my girlfriend's father, he owns a gas station and repair shop. I watched him change a headlight on one of those cars, and the amount of work they had to go through just to get to the headlight is absolutely ridiculous. And I believe it is an intentional design on Chevy's part to force you to come to the dealership and then charge you up to some insane amount of money just to change a frickin' headlight. which is absolutely nuts. Blows my mind. I think we're gonna climb. Lose a bit of speed, but I'll level back out here. So I will have to watch the aircraft here for a minute. Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely some of the cars I've been looking at. I'm also a bit of a Subaru guy. I used to own a Subaru. I owned a 1998 Subaru Legacy GT. It was a fun car, fun little car, but with high mileage. By the time I sold it, I had almost 175,000 miles on it. When I bought it, I owned the car a year. I bought it with 160,000 miles, and by the time I sold it a year later, 175,000 miles. So I drove 15,000 miles in a year, I think, which is nuts. But part of that also was a move, going to work every day, and I lived quite a ways away, and then just being out here and, you know, just some of the driving I did, because when I got out here, I took my girlfriend everywhere, and we did things, and yeah, I mean, I drove a lot, surprisingly, in that car, but I sold it, and then I picked up the Crown Vic, which the Crown Vic had 95,000 miles on it, and I think I just passed 100,000 when I came back from Maine in it, but, so I've already put in 5,000 miles on it, only because the journey to Maine is 1,200 both ways. So there's 2,400 miles right there. On top of the driving I did in Maine, I drove everywhere because I'm only there for about almost 2 weeks. And I have things to do, and I'm not going to have everyone cart me everywhere. All the driving I did out there. Not to mention I've been going back and forth to Lambert Airport, which is about an hour away, both ways. Some of the side trips I've been taking to go to get things done for Southwest, such as drug testing and going back and forth to the airport for interviews and all that stuff, but now going up to about 20 minutes away to work at Taco Bell. So yeah, you can see it adds up. The miles add up. So where the heck was I going with all that? Oh yeah, no, Subarus. Duh. Couldn't remember what the heck I was talking about. But more of a, I am partial to Subarus. So one Subaru I've always liked was the WRX. I think it was the WRX? Yeah, WRX. I mean, heck, even the 2016 WRXs, they look nice. And even the new Legacies today look nice, but this is more of a sports car, I think. Whoa. That looks nice. Yeah, I drive that. But I think more along the lines of a Subaru Legacy would be where I'd be heading, because like I said, family. So well, probably not that 17. 17 looks a little too yeah, right on par with that. So I like Subarus. They're great cars. I would definitely a wagon. What? Oh, that looks so cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I think I'd drive the red one. That's just me, though. I definitely think I'd drive that, so, and not be ashamed. Yeah, I'd drive that. But dog is barking at something. Hopefully we're not being broken into. Well, I do need to replenish my drink real quick, so I will be right back with you guys. So make sure the plane does not crash. Alrighty, well, you all did a wonderful job. You didn't crash the plane, it didn't blow up or catch fire or anything. Seat feels a little funny, felt like you... I think you guys messed with my seat. Don't do that. But, anyways, so... continuing our slow climb up to flight level 230. So, while we continue to do that, but like I said, I definitely like that. That's pretty cool looking. I didn't know the, it's not an Audi. That's an Audi. Can't pass it off as a Subaru. But yeah, Subarus are always cool, so... Yay, lag. Lag is always fun. So, like I said, let me know what you guys think on vehicle-wise. You know what you like for vehicles and any vehicle I should look into. Like I said, I do enjoy the Crown Victoria and definitely wouldn't be opposed to another one. So, yeah, definitely would like to maybe get a Charger of some sort or something like that. Cars I would not end up in. Hyundais, Nissans, wouldn't end up in any of those. Not a big Hyundai or Nissan fan. Yeah, pretty much those are the two I wouldn't get. Or a Scion. I wouldn't get a Scion. No matter how much money I'd ever have in my life, I'd never own a Tesla. I hate Teslas. I don't like the way they look. But I'd never own a Tesla. That's just me, though. Even if Tesla today, for whatever reason, commented on my channel saying we would like to offer you a sponsor, if you put stuff up, and if you were to live stream, you put you on camera, maybe advertise on your channel for Tesla, and we give you a Tesla to drive around in, as long as you talk about it, I would probably tell them no. I don't. If I were to ever advertise for something or be sponsored by something, it'd be something I'd want to support or something that I stand by and wouldn't shit on all day. So nope. There goes the first swear on the channel. But yeah, no, I would never own a Tesla. I don't like them. I don't see what the whole hype about them is. So. I think we're going to climb at 240. Would you just stay here? Oh my god, what is wrong with this? Trucking along. That's a cool looking jet, don't get me wrong. I didn't even know this plane existed up until Aerobask designed it and put it on the next plane. And I'm like, wow, they just made some fictional little jet and it's selling pretty well. And then talking to a friend of mine, I then discovered that Epic Aircraft is actually a thing. It's actually real, and which was surprising to me. I'm like, that's a real company? I didn't know they made planes, and they're not very popular for what I've found out. They just haven't sold well or something like that, but they were pretty cool. I definitely, if I ever had money to blow, I would definitely buy this right here, maybe. I don't know, I'm more of an old school guy. I'd get a 727. Just saying. Get a 727, 1971 Plymouth Barracuda. Yeah, totally. That's my dream car. Plymouth Barracuda. That's one car I would love to just sit in. I never sat in one, or I've seen them drive by, and they just look so mean coming down the road. Oh, and they're gonna go underneath. It's gonna go underneath us. It's gaining. Ever so slowly, it's gaining. But I'd say Aerobask has done a great job on this plane. All the features and animations and everything that you're able to do in this plane is absolutely incredible. The pop-up displays, keyboard integration, just everything they've done. I think those clouds are a frame killer. I think that's what's killing us today. It's the clouds. I can just get up above them. Coming up on Means. Oh look, we're climbing. Whoa. So I wonder, if I were to slow down to 230, and then give my engine a bit of a break. Just a little bit. I could possibly extend this climb back up to 330, where I want to be. So, truck-wise, I'm a bit conflicted. You know, trucks nowadays are becoming too luxurious, in my opinion. You know, everyone wants a truck. You know, trucks have just boomed here. I think in the U.S., I don't really think pickup trucks are a thing elsewhere. But, you know, just for whatever reason, it just seems like between... Alright, when I was growing up, let's put it this way. When I was growing up, and when I first started to recognize cars and all that great stuff, it's probably about maybe, I'd say, 2002, maybe. Well, it could, you know, maybe recognize and fully identify cars. I mean, I could identify vehicles by manufacturer in 2001, but I think 2002 I started to learn models like F-150, Ford Focus, Chevy Silverado, all that stuff. So when I was growing up, just looking back on the pickup trucks, I mean, yeah, they had the luxuries of the time in them and whatnot, but I think they were a little bit more affordable, really, if you think about it.
Approaching waypoint.
Thank you. Just to me, trucks seemed a little more affordable back then, and not everyone had one. And there were more base model trucks. I mean, base model trucks. I mean, if you got a base model truck, that was a very affordable vehicle. Nowadays, when you go to purchase a truck, there aren't very many base model trucks out there. And even the ones that are still loaded beyond belief. They're expensive. And it's almost taking it's almost like taking an SUV and just putting a bed on it, basically. I don't find very many single cabs anymore. I don't find very many extended cabs. Most of the trucks today are all king cabs. The truck I like is a single cab. Just 2 seats and 2 doors. That's it. I wouldn't mind having an extended cab, which is the 2 front seats and then the bench out back with the suicide doors, which were more common, I think, on the 2002 Chevy 1500s. They just seem more common then. That's all right. I wouldn't mind having a truck like that. But I don't like a king cab. I can't. I've sat in a king cab before, and it's just too big. It's too big of a vehicle. And it just doesn't feel like a truck. Hitting some turbulence, looks like. Yep, hitting some turbulence. Of course, in a smaller plane, you're going to feel it more. But it's just too big of a truck. There's just not enough. Actually, there's way too much room. I'm sorry. There's way too much room in the truck. And these new trucks, they look good. It's just not what I'm used to, because what I'm used to was a 1995 Chevy 1500 Z71 model. Single cab, short bed, side step, very small truck. Now, I wouldn't mind a single cab with a long bed because, as nice as the step side looked and as fun as it was to have a cool looking truck and to be able to sit on the side of your truck and eat a sandwich during school, because we were allowed to leave campus during school for lunch, the upperclassmen were. It was nice to go out there and just sit on the side of my truck and eat Taco Bell or whatever I was having that day. But the practicality of that just wasn't all there. I mean, I couldn't haul anything. I could barely haul a 6-foot Christmas tree. It wasn't all there. The truck really wasn't meant for hauling. So, having a regular sized bed, no side step, and then having a long bed just increases your capabilities, which is what I want. Particular truck style I like is the 08 Chevy Silverados. Like I said, single cab, long bed. And for those of you who don't know, and I like to show you so you know what I'm talking about, 2008 Chevy. Basically like that. This was the style I liked, and I actually almost ended up in one. Right after I was getting out of my 1500, my stepdad was taking it back. I was so dead set and determined to get back into a truck, and wasn't quite realizing that I couldn't afford to have a truck. I came across a 2008 Chevy 1500. It was a single cab long bed. Can't find the blue, but it was like a dark blue. What I had a dark blue truck, and it was great. The only issue was it needed to be towed off the lot because it wasn't roadworthy. So, yeah. And I was just so dead set and convinced that that was going to be my truck, and my family basically had to tell me that you're not going to get this. Alright, just because I'm tired of climbing, we'll head up to 23. Hopefully get out of the crap by the time we get up there. So, we're still getting butts kicked and we'll maybe extend the climb a little higher. But I so badly wanted that truck, and I was so dead set and determined to get into this truck. I had to realize that it just wasn't going to happen. Was not going to happen. But it was a beautiful truck, and I hope someday to find one. Moderately used, not too many miles on it. I mean, you know, a few years down the road, I mean, it's 2016 now. In 2 years, it's going to be a 10-year-old truck. Which is fine. I mean, there are older vehicles still on the road. I'm seeing plenty of 90s trucks still on the road. Heck, I've seen some 80s trucks still on the road. So, I mean, a 10-year-old truck or vehicle really isn't that big of a problem. So, although, what about, what does a 2010 look like? I forget. Yeah, 2010 still looks the same. Yeah, 12. So yeah, this style went all the way up until, yeah, there's a, I think 2014 was the first year they featured the new front end. Which, yep, there it is. I liked it. It's just, this is your interior. That's not a truck. That's not a truck interior. That to me is so not a truck interior. I mean, that's a little better. A little more slimmed down. I think this is a nicer model, but there you go, right there. See? Basic. Very basic, you know. I like that. I don't need no big display right there. I like this particular style. So, but I still got a ways to go before I can even think about that, so. Man, really getting beat up here. Let's update the weather. Seems like it just updated. Yeah, I got some storms over there, so it looks like we're just flying through the wake. Just because I do feel like they're killing my frames a little bit. I do want to adjust. Okay then. I just know maybe something is just killing the frames for me today. Just would like to see. Settings would be in here. No, I didn't want to. Okay, yep, that's cool. I don't know if that helped any, but... I don't know. I think it did. I think it helped out a little bit. So... anyways, let's take a look. I want to check and see how many of you are watching. Just while we're sitting here and climbing up. New one. That's alright. We'll just keep going here, because like I said, this will end up a video on my channel anyways, so... but... guess the other thing is, pretty excited for the upcoming year here in X-Plane. I got some great releases coming out soon. I heard FlyJSim, the creators of the Boeing 727 and 737-200 twin jet, he's producing a Boeing 707, which I think is a... don't get me wrong. Jack over there at... I believe that's his name. Yeah? Yeah. He is amazing. One-man team working all by himself on outstanding jets. I think he has a tiny bit of help. For the most part, he does most everything by himself. You know, he has three, if you want to say that. He has 3 planes out there. Technically, it's 5 because he has the Bombardier Q400. He has the Boeing 727-100, 200, and 200 freighter. But that's, you know, 727 series, so it's all kind of one plane if you want to be that guy, but I consider them 3. And then he has the Boeing 737-200 twin jet. So, 3 planes that he sells on the org, and he's going for a 4th. Now, this 4th in particular plane that he's going for is the Boeing 707. I believe it's the 120. It's basically more of a domestic model, shorter range 707. Now you can take it across the Atlantic, according to my friend Dylan. He's said that you can take it across the Atlantic. You'd just be really pushing it, and you know, on an average load of passengers, it's more really domestic. Don't get me wrong, I think it's great what he's doing. I think in particular, though, it's the wrong model 707 that he's going for. I have no worries in the future that he possibly won't produce maybe the 320 or, you know, the one that we all came to know and love, and probably one of the most iconic jets out there. I think it's amongst the most iconic jets. I think the most iconic jet is the 747. And that is just one iconic jet. I think in modern era, for modern kids, one of the most iconic jets out there today is the A380, but over time, the most iconic jet was the 747. But, that being said, when that 707 does come out, I do want to get it because I am a big fan of all his products, and all his products are have been some of the best planes I've ever flown in X-Plane. and they're just fun, and I love the classic birds. But I wish we had that quality of aircraft like that to take over the Atlantic. I would love to sit there and do transatlantic flights with a 707 and, you know, hop across the ocean on it and go to London Heathrow or Leeds Bradford or Manchester, England, out of Boston or New York's JFK or Portland, Maine, just to be that guy that flies out of Portland all the time. But would love to do that. Would love to do that. But with this 707 that he's bringing out, I just don't see that happening. So it's all right. I know Fearless, the guy who made the TU 154. 154, yeah. He has put a poll on his xplane.org forum page, whatever you want to call it. He has a poll up there asking which aircraft we want to see from him next. A lot of people have requested the IL-76. Why, I could not tell you. Given the options, because he even suggested a DC-10, a 717, or a 747-200. Which, when I saw the 747, I immediately submitted my vote for that. I think he may have also put up a 707. Not quite sure. But he has suggested to produce a 747-200, which I would love to fly a 747-200. Explain is, well, we've had one. There was one a while back, but it didn't have a 3D cockpit, and Fearless is... he blows my mind with the aircraft he produces. I'm not a big Russian aircraft fan, but I do think I will pick up the TU-154 at some point because of his work. And because we need to support people like him that are doing most... I think he is a solo team. I think he is doing most everything by himself. And that's absolutely incredible. Hold on, just taking a look, seeing if I can... yeah, I think we'll just get to 23 and we'll call that good for now. So it's fine. 23,000 is a not bad altitude to be at. So we've been climbing for quite a while. I think most of this entire stream we've been climbing. But yeah, no, he's doing most everything by himself, as far as I know, and that's great. And he's able to produce planes that are 10 times better than anything Flight Factor can do. Now, I am not a big fan of Flight Factor. I own the 767, I have the 757, the whole series, and I won't even pick up the 777. I will not pick up the 777 until they fix that, get that all correct. But you know, everyone's in love with Flight Factor for whatever reason. They love Flight Factor, and I couldn't tell you why. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's the fact that maybe they made a 777, and that's why everyone loves them. Is because they made a 777, and supposedly they're officially Boeing licensed now. You don't have to be. It makes it easier, definitely, and I mean, I'm not going to doubt their credibility that they're officially licensed by Boeing, but I mean, anyone could throw that on there and just claim there. I mean, I could sit here and claim that, you know, my channel is officially licensed by Boeing. I have an officially channel licensed by Boeing, and all that great stuff. I'm not, but I could say I am. You know, it's not hard in today's day and age to say that. But I don't see why everyone thinks their aircraft are so great. They have so many things wrong with them externally. You know, the visuals in the aircraft are horrendous. I mean, Granted, you spend most of your flight in the cockpit anyways, but I mean, even the cockpits, I mean, there are just things that are wrong, and I mean, they give you a lot of eye candy, like especially in the 767 with that whole tablet and whatnot. They give you a whole lot of eye candy. And I definitely think that 767 with that little tablet thing that they put in the plane was definitely a gimmick just to get us to stop focusing on the 777. They gave us a decent plane. It's very heavy on the frames, even for my machine, even when I'm not live streaming. That's one plane I'm not going to be able to take up. It's just heavy on the frames. The way their displays, they don't look like their actual digital displays. They look fake almost. The font, we all know about the font and flight factor. The font and flight factor is very much incorrect. It's just, for all the work that they claim to put into the plane, and for how much they charge us, we should be at least getting a somewhat accurate model, and a somewhat good-looking model too, for where the plane doesn't look so cartoonishly incorrect, and it actually, let's stop and look at this, okay? IXEG produced this past springtime, late winter, early 2016. Let's put it that way. Early 2016, they put out on the market their 737-300 Classic, which I believe has been in development for the past 6 years, 5 or 6 years. I think the better half of 6 years. They have spent 6 years working on this plane. These are people that all have some ties to the 737-300. I know they all either maybe worked on or flew, or they did something in relation to the 300. They know this plane. They spent 6 years working on it. And by God, I think they got it right. Everything in that plane, I think, is correct. And I've had my stepdad, who was a pilot on the 500. He did train for the 300. I think for a brief time he maybe flew the 300. I don't know specifically. He flew the 500, but the 500 and the 300 were pretty much the same thing. Same layout, whatnot. He had the, I almost want to say he did have the 300. But he was telling me about the split EFIS. He was talking to me about basically the layout of the plane, and I showed it to him. And an actual 737 pilot saying that this is all correct. This does this and whatnot, and it flew very well. He for someone who's very iffy on simulators and whatnot, he flew it and claimed that it flew very well. To drive my point home, IXEG spent a long time making the 737-300. And by far, it's the best aircraft to date for X-Plane. That and leading edge simulations, Saab 340. And I think closely behind them is FlyJSim. FlyJSim is closely behind them. I think they're all high on my list. Fuelis is high on my list. FlyJSim, IXEG, and leading edge simulations. They're all high on my list. They're all excellent manufacturers. Aerobask is up there now. Now that I'm, trying their products, Aerobask is up there. Simcoders with their reality expansion packs for the Coronado planes. They're amazing for, they're not putting out any planes, but they're putting out these absolutely stunning and fantastic expansion packs, which have transformed the way I've flown the Coronado, or the Cessna 210 Centurion. Granted, after their update, a few things went wrong, and I have to reinstall both the plane and the expansion pack. But, like I said, it's the things that they've done are just incredible. Manufacturers right now, I think the one biggest flop in my page is Flight Factor. For a bit there, they were just spitting out content and feeding it to us, and we bought it because that's all we had. They really cornered us in a market that wasn't open to X-Plane at the time, because given the time when Flight Factor came into X-Plane, there wasn't any really Boeing aircraft
Fuel tank switched.
or decent aircraft in X-Plane at all. Is this thing climbing at all? Barely. Tell you what, we're just gonna climb again. So I just want to get up there. So, like I said, that being said, it's just they really cornered us in a market that was not available in X-Plane at the time. There was no Boeing aircraft. There were very few. I think maybe the JAR was in its early stages. I want to say the A320 was maybe out at that time. There were no Boeing aircraft, at least modern ones. I think the 727 was out. I forget exactly what planes were out at the time that the Flight Factor 777 came to the market, but I know for a fact we didn't have any modern Boeing aircraft out. So when they dropped the 777, I think we all went head over heels for it, and we fell for it because it was all we had, and it's all we still have right now. You know, currently there is no one making a 777. There is no one making a 767. There is no one making another 757 for X-Plane. You know, there is no one out there. I can guarantee you that if someone came along and spit out the 76, the 75, and the triple right now, and made it to the point where, you know, it was IXEG level or FlyJSim level, we would all jump on it, and Flight Factor would be dead. Flight Factor would be dead in the water, and I really don't think anyone would buy another product from Flight Factor because of the fact that they don't address issues. When we report issues, they, in the past when I've reported issues to them on their xplane.org page, they don't listen. They don't care. They don't choose to correct the mistakes that are that are out on the planes. They really don't care what's wrong with the planes. At the end of the day, I really think it comes down to they made something, they want to get paid for it, they want their money, and they really don't care what our problem is with it. You know, and I'm a firm believer behind that. I really don't think anyone over at Flight Factor cares. Now, that being said, if they were to go along and continue to do what they do, I strongly suggest to them that they listen to the community, because we're all not just bashing their planes to be there and be jerks. I'm not sitting here bashing them to be a jerk. I'm listing a serious problem that I think most of this community has with Flight Factor, and that is the fact that they don't want to listen to us, and they have a lot of the org behind them, protecting them. I mean, there was one in particular group that I was part of, and if they ever view this, then I might run into some trouble for it, and I really don't care at this point, because I know a lot of people know how I feel about this. X-Plane Dedicated. A lot of people over there at X-Plane Dedicated are beta testers for a lot of the aircraft out there. They're beta testers for the X737 project. They were beta testers for Flight Factor. They're beta testers for IXEG. Very big names in the X-Plane community, and I'm sure you know who some of them are. Mr. Wycliffe Barrett being the leader of that group. I think they're a very large group of jerks and a very large group of developers' pets that sit over there. Because when the Rotate Sim MD-80 came out, another plane I think they were beta testing as well. What plane aren't they beta testing, in my opinion? But I really do think that there were a lot of issues out with the MD-80 when it first came out, and I think the community was a little pissed with Rotate Sim in particular, because I think Rotate Sim, at the time, you had 3 big releases coming up. You had IXEG 737. I think the X737 project was also getting ready to release their version 5, 737-800. Flight Factor was getting ready to drop the 7.6. And I think Rotate Sim was really panicking at that time because IXEG was, hinting at releases for maybe New Year's. The X737 was hitting at releases for that time of year, and Flight Factor had just dropped their 7.6, I think right around Christmas. Right after Christmas or right before Christmas, right around that ballpark. So I think Rotate Sim really panicked that, the hype wouldn't all be there when they released their MD-80. So they released it ahead of time with some bugs that, should have been addressed and fixed at the time. And I think the lack of, simulation per se in the cockpit, because there's still a fair amount of buttons that we aren't allowed to move or click or manipulate. I think the community was a little upset, and it wasn't what we quite expected. It's still awesome to have an MD-80 here in X-Plane. I do enjoy occasionally flying the MD-80. It's still a little heavy on my frames. Then again, one isn't. One's not heavy on my frames. So I do like to fly things that are easy on my frames just because it is frustrating to have an underpowered laptop that's just not able to sit here with the graphics that I would like to have. And it's just the thing. I'm a stubborn old mainer. I know I could just adjust my graphics and then have a decent flying machine, but after paying all the money I have, I would like to have a simulator that looks nice, but unfortunately, in order to do that and pull decent frames, I have to have a better computer, so... I apologize if my voice sounds a little weird. I am losing it. And the weather just updated. That's always cool. I'm going to say I don't think it was X-Plane weather. And we're going to fly back the other way. Yep. There we go. Come back on that power's 10. But, so I really think Rotate Sim panicked. Now, I was a part of the X-Plane dedicated Facebook group, and there was a big, very, very big fuss over Rotate Sim and just how bad the plane was at first. And the people who moderated the X-Plane dedicated page were really getting upset with the people that were speaking out against this aircraft and deleting their comments and deleting the posts and altogether banning them from the page. So I remember I posted a picture. Now remember, this is a X-Plane dedicated Facebook group. Now, most, if not all, X-Plane Facebook pages I have been a part of and are X-Plane groups. It's really, yes, it's an X-Plane oriented Facebook page, but it's about aviation altogether. I found a photo of, I think, a Continental MD-80 that had crashed through a terminal building. It was kind of a funny picture, and it was kind of along the lines of how big of a flop, or not what we all expected to be MD-80. So I posted that on the Facebook group, and no sooner than I put it up, I got a message from Mr. Wycliffe, asking me to remove the photo as it had nothing to do with X-Plane. Now, personally, I don't think there was a problem with that photo being there, because there were several other photos further down the page that had certainly nothing to do with X-Plane. I really think that he is a pet to the developers, so in order to keep in good graces with them and keep his Nazi-ish, whatever the word I'm looking for, I would kind of compare him to a Nazi, to say the least. I mean, that's kind of very harsh, I would have to say, on my end, but, he's really limiting the speech that we're allowed to put up on his page. Now, granted, it is his page and whatnot, but this is a major problem I'm finding in the X-Plane community, is that when there is a bit of an upset or a problem with an aircraft, there are a lot of places that we need to go to address it, like Facebook groups, to kind of chat with everyone about it, or, it should be a place where we're able to express our displeasure with, per se, a developer. But we're not allowed to. We cannot do it on xplane.org. The org is definitely by far the biggest of the jerks when it comes to not being able to post about problems with aircraft. You know, if you speak out about an aircraft or talk bad about a developer, that's it. You are pretty much banned from the org. Sorry, there is a tack stuck in my printer. I'm just trying to get it out real quick. Just kind of looked over and saw something wrong. This didn't look normal, so. And it's sad, you know, and like I said, going over to Mr. Barrett's Facebook page and being happy to be a part of this X-Plane group to only find out that we're not allowed to talk bad about the developers because apparently it's not encouraging people to produce products, and you know, if they see all the bad things we're saying about their planes, they're not going to produce anymore. Then, you know, if you can't sit there and make a product, and if you aren't able to take constructive criticism about your product because maybe you didn't do it right or something along those lines, then I think then maybe you shouldn't be a developer in X-Plane, because that's a part of making planes for production. I mean, that's just that. I mean, when you make a plane, it gets reputation. Like, there are some planes over on FSX that, you know, it's a great plane, but oh hey, it's heavy on the frames. Well, I don't want to have a plane that's known as a you know, heavy on the frames. But anyways, guys, I am going to step away for a second. My girlfriend just did call, and I missed it, but I'm going to give her a call, and after I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. So I'll be right back with you guys. You know, feel free to take control of the plane, do whatever you need to do. Just like I said, don't crash it, and don't mess with my seat. I'll be right back. Alrighty, so I just apologize for that. Just had to call my girlfriend back. It's just making sure everything's okay on her end. She just want to make sure everything's okay on my end. So, anyways, so let's just check the chat. Oh, hey, look at that. GTA Gaming, yes, I do live in the St. Louis area. More on the Illinois side. Sorry I didn't check the chat a little sooner. But welcome to the channel. Happy to have you on board. Thank you for the subscription. And yeah, like I said, living over on the Illinois side, just outside the technical metro area, literally by a town, since I don't have to go get the car emission checked and tested. Pretty much right outside the metro, I guess, if you want to call it. But yeah, about 45 to maybe 45 minutes to an hour outside of downtown St. Louis. So it's a great little area. So quiet little town I live in. It's pretty nice. Definitely a big change from where I came from, though. But and as for you, Dylan, I can't help it if I anger you. I guess that just kind of happens. So. I guess we'll just pop this chat up over here so I can see. Should I make this just a little smaller? I mean, you could have, but wasn't really in the mood for a group flight today. Just looking more along the lines of a solo fly. But anyways. But towards GTA Gaming All-Star, just letting you know more along the lines of what this channel is about. Mostly trying to be X-Plane oriented. Mostly going to be looking to do live streams because I just don't have the time or the patience to sit there and just record a video. I'd rather just kill two birds with one stone and just get a live stream done as much as I can. So I do want to, hop across both platforms, go to Twitch, stay on here. I think this is a little more easier than getting on Twitch. Just me personally. But looking to do that, more X-Plane live streams. I do have a New Era. I do live stream on that. I think the past 3 streams have been trains, a New Era. Just what I'm into. I just mostly want to stream stuff I'm into. I do have Euro Truck and American Truck. I would like to stream that. I just think that would be a little on the laggy side, just considering. But we'll wait and see where that takes me. When it does come out, not sure if you all know, but Emerge NYC. By Flip Switch Gaming. Not sure if any of you have heard about that. I think I've mentioned it to Dylan here, but it looks like it's going to be a really, really cool game. It's going to be a kind of all-around the ballpark simulation of both the NYPD and the FDNY, as well as the FDNY EMS services in New York. You can be a police officer, firefighter, or a paramedic, and you can actually drive the fire trucks and the police cars. And get a good simulation of traffic stops and fighting, small to major crimes in New York, to fighting very, in fighting fires and going to different emergencies, false alarms, prank calls, all that stuff. And I think what they're trying to aim for is amongst the best simulation of the emergency services in New York. And from what I've seen on their preview videos on YouTube, by far they have done a phenomenal job already. And the game's not even close to... Well, actually, it is getting pretty close to coming out, because they're aiming for... I think they've hinted around November, but it's looking more towards early 2017. So they are getting ready. And just the work that they've already put into it, by far, just is incredible, just from the previews. So eventually, when that does come out, it has a 32-player... or 32-player multiplayer servers. So I'd be looking to maybe set up a small community with you guys and possibly getting on there and doing a serious potential role play of maybe the fire department or stuff like that. I would love to get in the Crown Vic and get all my policing urges out, because yeah, driving along in my Crown Vic, it's very hard to sit there and drive along and not feel like, you know, you have a bit of a cop, you know, car rolling around, and you're driving along and you see people doing some stupid stuff. You're like, man, if I could just pull you over, I so would. You know, you just get that... It's just a feeling. Obviously, I would never go out and actually pull someone over, because then I would lose all my freedoms and just spell more trouble than it's worth. But definitely getting into Emerge NYC, I would love to sit there and do some NYPD policing and show that to you guys and stream that to you guys. And you know, because I can't get Grand Theft Auto on here, and I would love to stream LSPDFR and LCPDFR, go back to GTA 4. I would love to do that, but unfortunately I can't, because I'm on a Mac, and I don't really have a whole lot of money to purchase a brand new system. Unless one of you guys want to donate one, which would be cool, but nah. But you know, so I know Flip Switch Gaming, I have spoken with them on, you know, commented on their videos, and they've replied back. It does sound like they are going to be releasing for Macs and whatnot, so very interested to see where this goes. And if they do come over to the Mac platform, I'm going to be the happiest person on earth. It's already confirmed that my girlfriend is getting it for me for my birthday, so I will hopefully be streaming that as soon as I possibly can whenever it just comes out. So, but like I said, I mostly want to do live streams of just my simulators and whatnot. I do have a Minecraft world that I have been working on every now and again. I might share that with you guys. It's still on 1.7.10 just because I am running mods on there, and I've been waiting for them to all update, and I think they have all updated. I just need to go and download them and install them and make sure they don't absolutely ruin my world. So I will share that with you guys, because that's been something I've been wanting to do since I was younger, was make Minecraft YouTube videos and whatnot. And I feel, you know, I want to see what you guys think about it, so probably do that. Maybe in the future I'd like to do some vlogs with the Crown Vic, show you guys, you know, just drive around the area, maybe, you know, when I'm going somewhere, you know, just a general drive in the Vic, because I love driving, and if I could get that on my YouTube channel doing something I love, then that would be great. So it looks like we're working off the left tank, so but let's see. So anyways, it's like I was talking about with Flight Factor and all them, and X-Plane Dedicated's Facebook page. Oops, sorry, just punched the microphone. That always works. It was very hard to be on that page and be okay with the people that were running it, because we all knew that they were pets to the developers, and it was just hard to sit there and allow them to just walk all over us and, whoa, hey, you know, limit what we're trying to say and limit the stuff that we're doing because, you know, they were getting special access to, you know, unreleased products yet, and they were getting special access to, you know, this and that and whatnot, and it was just hard to sit there and be okay with that, and be okay with not being able to speak out against the developers and, you know, report issues with the planes unless, you know, the people running this Facebook page reported it before us, because then it would be okay, because then they knew the problem and because they were going to be okay with the problem. So I left that Facebook page, I think, within a week after joining. You know, if you want to join it, then be my guest. I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys not to, but just know what kind of people are running that page. I mean, I believe there's a very prominent livery maker for X-Plane, Emma Bentley. She's amongst that group of people, and then, like I said, Wycliffe Barrett and a few other people and whatnot. It's just, I'm not okay with how that group is run. I'm definitely not okay with that. And I know a lot of people, you know, the general conception is, you know, if you're trying to make a name for yourself, then don't speak out against others that could potentially help you, because, like I said, these are big name, you know, these are some bigger YouTubers and whatnot, you know. They could potentially help me get to where I need to be in terms of, you know, my dream of getting a larger size channel and whatnot, and all that other stuff. But at this point, frankly, I don't care, because I can't, like I said with the like a sponsor from Tesla, you know, that car company, if I can't support it or stand behind it, then I don't want anything to do with it. You know, I don't want to be a part of that and whatnot. So I can't sit there and want to receive help from anyone if I know, you know, how they act and how I think about them is just so wrong. And I don't think too highly about anyone who runs that page. And most of the people I had major interaction with, I mean, the two people I really saw the prominent names on that page was Wycliffe Barrett and Miss Emma Bentley. So unfortunately, Emma creates, I wouldn't say they're outstanding by any means whatsoever, but she does create some pretty alright liveries for X-Plane. So, I mean, that being said, and just the lack of decent developers out there that are making liveries for X-Plane, and given that there wasn't a particular livery at that time, I did download her liveries because I did need some liveries for X-Plane. I mean, I guess if I want to sound like a hypocrite, I will admit to that. But like I said, I could not be a part of that page, and if, you know, I do not want help, you know, potentially growing my channel from them. I don't want any help. You know, that's just how I feel. But kind of while we're on that topic, I do want to kind of say where I've gotten my inspiration and my, you know, the want to do this. I would definitely say that the want to do this and the inspiration to do this definitely came from people like Jeff Favignano and Bay Area Bugs and people like that. You know, people that I've always watched on YouTube. People that I love watching on YouTube. I love watching Bay Area Bugs, and I love watching Zach, and I love watching Jeff Bugs, Zach, and love watching the Northern Alex and Spears the Amazing and whatnot. But definitely, I think my main inspiration to get here and do these live streams and, you know, make content to put on YouTube definitely came from Jeff Favignano, and ironically someone else who lives here in the St. Louis metro and whatnot. And I know I will never be as big as he is. He's definitely made a great name for himself, and he has a great YouTube channel, and he puts up such great content, and, you know, he's amongst my favorite YouTubers and whatnot to watch, and he's just an all-around a cool guy. I mean, if you ever get the chance to, and if you aren't subscribed to him, which you should be, because like he does X-Plane he does make X-Plane content every so often. He hasn't done it lately. He does a lot of LCPD or LSPDFR, which, in case you don't know, because there might be that one person out there that doesn't know, LSPDFR is basically I think it's a mod for, I believe it's a program mod, whatever you want to call it, for Grand Theft Auto 5 PC, basically, for the computer, the desktop version. You're able to be a police officer, download different police cars, like the Crown Victoria, or you can use the in-game police cars, but, you're basically able to be a police officer. There's call-outs, there's emergencies you can respond to, you can do traffic enforcement, whatnot, all that great stuff. So it's cool, and that's... Sorry, my throat's really dry. When I start talking a lot, my throat just starts drying up really bad, so I guess it's the one downside, because I don't generally take too great care of my voice. I do drink Pepsi. I wouldn't say a ton. Well, that's a lie. I do drink Pepsi a little bit more than I probably should. It's definitely not the better of the things I do. So I will admit that's a bad habit of mine, and I definitely want to try and cut back. But I just like flavor. And Pepsi definitely does have a bit of a taste to it. And that guy was in and out. But I definitely should drink some more water. And definitely should drink. I would like to drink more. I definitely have a craving for sweet tea ever since I moved out here. Definitely kind of adjusted to this bit different culture a little bit, and people around here do like their sweet tea. So I told my mom about that, and she's like, "Oh, look, you're becoming a Southerner now." It's just like, "Yep, I'm a Southerner, Mom." Because Illinois is totally the South, but compared to Maine, it is. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no, my voice. But anyways, so I've always wanted to stream LSPDFR. I can't, obviously, like stated, because of the computer I'm on. I've always wanted to, stream stuff like that and have that kind of big base, YouTube viewership and, fan base and whatnot. And maybe I hope one day to be in a similar kind of situation, maybe. I wouldn't say a similar situation, but kind of be in the same maybe bracket as him in terms of, people watching my channel and religiously subscribed and whatnot. Because, when I see one of Jeff's videos, new and whatnot, it's just, I watch it. And really, I wouldn't say, it really does also depend on what it's on, because, generally I do like to watch his LSPDFR videos, and if it's an X-Plane video, I'll watch that. I also love watching his iRacing videos. I wish I could do that, but iRacing is a huge investment. That is something you're always putting money into, and I don't have that kind of money, and I don't think my significant other would be okay with me putting that kind of money into that all the time. So, that's fine. I guess just I won't do it. But but he's just been my inspiration to do this kind of stuff. And when I was able to kind of just figure out and download a program where I could live stream recently and whatnot, it kind of just made that little dream, start to come true just a little bit. And I definitely have quite a ways to go to get to where, even remotely close to where he's at. And I honestly don't think I will get there, because I'm starting a job that's going to be taking my full attention away from this, which is fine. I'd rather work and make money, but maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll have a bit of a viewership base, and maybe someday I can maybe say, I'm doing a whole lot better than I was, X amount of years ago when I was just starting out. But Anyways, what else could we talk about? Let's see. Well, not a big football fan, but watched the Packers and the Bears this past Sunday and Monday, and yep, hard times being the fan for those teams, especially the Bears. My God. Chicago Bears did absolutely miserable this past Monday. They just got walked all over by the Eagles. It was sad. Sad game. But on the bright side, hockey's coming up soon. NHL is going to get going again, and I think it's going to be a sad year for the Blackhawks. We lost a lot of great players to that salary cap. So we definitely lost a lot of great players. You know, we lost Patrick Sharp and Johnny Oduya at the beginning of last season. They both went to Dallas. We just lost Brian Bickle. I think he went to Carolina. I think Brian Bickle went to Carolina. We lost, I couldn't even say his name if I tried, but we lost another guy to Montreal or somewhere. Terranavinen? I don't even know what his name is. I'll be honest with you.
Fuel tank switched.
But yeah, we lost somebody else to Montreal, and we got a lot of draft picks, but that was about it. We really didn't get a whole lot else. And, I think it's going to be another back to building phase for the Chicago Blackhawks. Yeah, we still got guys like Marian Hossa. Excuse me. You get guys like Marian Hossa and Patrick Kane, Jonathan Taves. We still got Corey Crawford and AJ Darling, a backup goalie, and other such key players on the team, but just some prominent names right there on the Blackhawks. Patrick Kane, Crawford, Hossa, Darling. Like I said, those are just some of the prominent names I think of when I think of the Chicago Blackhawks. Like when you think of the Pittsburgh Penguins, this year's past winning team, I think of Marc-Andre Fleury, I think of Sidney Crosby, I think of Letang still on the team. I think Chris Letang's still on the team. Of course, there was that one guy who grew up in the town next door to mine. Well, look at me already forgetting his name. What was his name? Wow, way to go, Jaden. What was his name? Of course, my brother was just watching a little while ago. If he was still watching, he could tell me. Stanley Cup comes to Maine. Let's see. Brian Dumoulin, that's his name. Way to go. Yeah, Brian Dumoulin. He is a Biddeford, Maine native. He grew up in the town next door to mine. So he's on the Pittsburgh Penguins, and that's great. You know that such a young player like that was able to get on a team, and also not only just be on the team, but he was a key player in helping to get to the Stanley Cup and win the Stanley Cup. I believe, from what I recall, he won, or not won. He made a goal during one of the games against the Sharks this past year to help, put the team further up on the scoreboard. And he's just an amazing player all around. And that's awesome to think about. Someone who grew up next door to me, almost next door to me, next town over, is making such a name for himself. Is doing such amazing things. But yeah, when you think of a certain team, you definitely think of its key players. You think of the big names on that team, and this past couple seasons on the Hawks, it was Patrick Kane, Jonathan Taves, Sharp, Bickle, Oduya, that one guy, I can't say his last name. It's really, really, really weird. But Corey Crawford and stuff like that. And then you have Hosa, all those big names on the team. And there are so many other players to the team, and and I love the Blackhawks all around. And I'm definitely I've been following them since '02. I'd say I've always kind of liked them. I mean, when I was playing video games, because I had NHL '99 on the PlayStation 1 downstairs, and I'd always play as the Chicago Blackhawks because I loved them. And I finally got old enough to kind of start following it, and then my mom started dating a guy who was very much into hockey, so then we started watching it more, and I got into hockey. But always loved the Blackhawks. Always loved the Blackhawks. So, but that's just one thing. So hockey's around the corner. Gonna start up soon. I hope to go to my first NHL game this year. If the Hawks come to town, and working for Southwest and having travel rights, Chicago's only a half-hour flight. I could, get on a plane, head to Chicago for the evening, take a bus over to the stadium out of Midway, or catch a cab, head over to the stadium, take a cab back to the airport. There you go. So, I mean, yeah, I could drive, but I don't know. But so let's see, we are currently about 42 minutes at this current speed away from the airport. Getting close to Chicago because we're picking them up on Unicom. Interesting texture. So looks like you guys are stuck with me for probably another hour at the most, so let's see. I was doing something. Yeah, I was coming back to here. So yeah, it looks like the most I've had of any time has been a single viewer, but hey, that's not bad. And, I got a new subscriber today, GTA Gaming All-Star, so big shout out to him. Thank you for checking everything out and whatnot, and thank you for coming over and subscribing and all that great stuff, and welcome to the channel, and I hope to see you more in the chat, see you more here for these live streams, and probably definitely going to plan a Friday night flight live stream. Probably turn my settings down a little bit for that flight so I can at least decently fly, because if it's at nighttime, I really don't need these graphics all set up on high. So I'll wait and see what I can do with that. Let's see how we're doing on fuel. Take a look. About 2.6 hours left in fuel. Pardon me, guys. Hopefully we can speed this up. I'm hoping to take a bike ride with my girlfriend when she gets home. I was going to do that yesterday, but it got dark pretty quick, so... But just gonna pardon me for a second. I'm expecting an email here from Southwest Airlines shortly, and it hasn't arrived yet, so... Okay. Hope if I actually fully read the email that they sent to me, because I was getting a little worried about something. Before I go up to Chicago now, I leave on October 6th, which is a Thursday, so I have about 2 weeks from tomorrow before I go up to Chicago for the afternoon for orientation. I have to get a hearing test done. They sent me the document for my hearing test, and it says, you know, please take this following document to one of the acceptable locations. They gave the address, but the addresses were in Minnesota, or Minnesota addresses. I did confuse myself a little bit, because I almost believed that I would be heading over to Lambert for the hearing test, Lambert Airport. But when I was seeing the Minnesota addresses, I just got a little confused, and then I talked to my girlfriend, and then I just got even more confused, so trying just to get some information, and I hate just to drive up to Lambert, but I'm probably going to end up doing that tomorrow, printing out that document and just taking it up to the airport to get that done, because I hate to sit here and squander while I have time off, but I'd like to go ahead and get that done and out of the way with while I still can, so, and I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize my future with the airline, so... Anyways, but I thought I was supposed to be receiving another email, but it says, you know, you should be receiving an email with electronic paperwork that you can, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then within 24 hours, with 24 hours, you'll, yeah. So I just basically clarified some questions I had that I was dying to have answered. So... But all in all, this plane is just really nice. Really loving this plane. Just roll out to the back here. Back of the cabin. It's just so pretty. And I love the wood texturing on the plane. It's a nice little touch. But oh, look at that. Huh. And that's cool. I think the other cool thing is if we sit here in this seat, we look over at the door, and that little indication right there that actually flashes and works, that shows the door is locked. And that I always thought that was just a little cool. Just the little features like that. Screenshot. Must be cool just to be up there, a little private jet. I mean, I've been in one. I've flown one once for an hour. Stepped in. Got me hooked up on that. I think I have that video up on this channel. Yeah, it's on this channel. The hour I got in that Citation CJ1. That was fun, but that's just a cool little plane. Another 39 minutes. See, I also think when it comes to new people coming into the live stream community or trying to get into this, it's very hard sometimes for smaller people to get into this and stay with this, because when you're small like me and you don't have a very big viewer base and you don't have a whole lot of people to talk to during the live stream, you don't want to sit there and just start watching YouTube videos like you normally would and whatnot, because that's just not what you do. You don't sit here during a live stream and be like, alright guys, well that's pretty much that, so I'm going to go ahead and just watch some YouTube and I'll be back to talk with you guys, and I land. You have to sit here and be attentive and complete the stream and do what you have to do and pray to God that you have enough topics for the day to stretch the whole flight. And I think if this was a quicker plane, definitely didn't think it was going to be this slow, but that may be why it didn't do too well. I don't know. But that being said, sometimes when you run out of things to talk about, it can just become like, and every time I go to live stream, I'm going to have to do this, and I'm going to have to do this with or without people to talk to. And that is where the challenge comes in, because not everyone is going to want to sit there and, So those flaps should have been brought up at 85 knots. I'm sorry, that's the stall control speed. Way to go, Jaden. 190. Landing is 150. So with full flaps, okay. So I can drag that plane in pretty slow, because I've done a couple of practice approaches in this plane, and I've dragged this plane in about 110 knots. And I took this plane up last night. I did a practice landing, and I thought it was good. I thought it was really good. But then I watched the replay, and I landed nose gear first. It was very flat. It was a very flat landing, and I landed about 115 knots. So it's just all about trying to find out where this plane, does. And I mean, that was empty plane, pretty much, with about as much fuel as I used during takeoff. So it'd be a pretty, I don't know. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we get a little closer to the airport. I mean, I'm definitely lighter in weight than I was during takeoff because we burned so much fuel.
Approaching waypoint.
So, like I said, it's hard for new people to come on here and keep the attention span, because when you don't have anyone in the chat, and when you're just trying to get adjusted to things and whatnot, you don't really have that base, but you're determined to keep pushing through. And I think that's a real testament of a true YouTuber. I'm not trying to glorify myself and say, oh yeah, I'm a true YouTuber, but people that are able to stick through that, get a viewer base. Because I mean, look at that. This one person right here, GTA Gaming All-Star, found me on a different video that I commented on, and figured, you know what, I'm gonna check out your channel. And you know what? He liked it. He liked the content, and I have a subscriber today, and that's that's great. I also have a bit of a background from my model airport that I had, my 1/400 scale model airport that I used to do updates on. For those of you who may have subscribed to me in those days, may be watching this today, I still do have the airport. My collection still has been growing over the years. I haven't made any purchases lately. I just saw the new release that came out not too long ago, and quite excited. But I was greatly disappointed because I don't have money. So, but just by live streaming and just sticking around and just continuing to do it, even though no one's been watching, and I still managed to pick up today one new subscriber, and that to me is a personal victory, because that means someone enjoyed what I was doing. And that to me means that someone took the time out of their day, found me on a test drive, just another video, a comment that I had made, and decided, I'm going to check that guy out. And they checked me out, and they liked what they saw. And that to me is a personal victory right there. Is when someone, does that, and when I get a new subscriber because of what I put up, it just shows that what I'm doing is working, and what I'm doing is bringing in different people into the channel, so it's all working out, and I hope that it continues, and I hope to keep up the people coming into the channel, and like I said, maybe
Autopilot disconnect.
no
Autopilot engage.
I would say I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. That was weird. But anyhow, but when that happens, and when I get a new person coming into the channel, and when I get a new viewership, that's great. And to see that, and to know that, and to, have them talking to me on the channel, and I feel bad because I didn't reply and whatnot, but I was away for the moment. I do feel bad for that, and I do apologize for not being more attentive to the chat. I still have to figure out how to work that into here, so I could be sitting here flying along and potentially see the chat over in the corner of the screen somehow, like I see on some other YouTuber streams and whatnot. So because I would like to be able to sit here and see maybe a little small window, maybe like right here, of just people in the chat talking, or the occasional person in the chat asking me a question or the nothingness. So all are completely fine by me. So, you know, because yeah, I'm taking this whole time out of the day to sit here and make this video, and it's been a few hours since I started, you know, and it takes a bit of time to do that, but I know that after I'm done the stream, it's going to turn into a video, and then that video is going to stay on my channel for everyone to see. Yeah, the waypoints are going to start popping up here pretty quick. Let's check the weather one more time. 050 at 10, so it's pretty much blowing right down 4. Oh, that's cool. Pardon me. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's really cool. And see, it's just things like that that are just absolutely incredible. But oh, yeah, I'm sorry guys, I just got really tired here toward the last bit of this video. Just cooking along. Whoosh. Sorry, I'm just looking at all the detail on this plane right now. Like I said, sorry guys, just trying to rest my voice a little bit because it is very, very shot right now. So I think this is just the time to take and enjoy the rest of this flight for right now as we get ready to approach Kicker, and we'll go Kicker to Upi. So got about another 32 minutes, but I am going to take this time, just one last time before we get ready to head down. I am going to take this one last time real quick to step outside the cockpit and let you guys enjoy the plane. Just for silence for a little bit, for a few more minutes, and I will be right back with you guys momentarily.
Approaching waypoint.
Alrighty, I am back with you guys. Do apologize for that. Just had a couple things I needed to take care of, and just figured before we land, and to save my voice from going completely away, I would go get all that done beforehand. So doesn't seem like we made a whole lot of ground, but I guess we're getting there. So. Got some weather we're running into dead ahead. Looks like we're just gonna go over it.
Fuel tank switched.
And we'll turn that back up. Yeah, looks like we're running into a storm system here, so. Wonder if that, I think, now I can read most of this and whatnot. I know that's your wind, visibility, clouds information, dew point, temperature and dew point, altimeter. I think that's remarks. Now I think that means lightning. Distant, north and northeast. So there is lightning in the vicinity of the airport. I think. I don't know. So the one way I can confirm this is go to Weather Channel. Plus I'd like to see what the good news is on the street. So let's go to the Weather Channel. See what it's doing up that way. Massive shelf cloud swallows Chicago whole. Interesting. And let's go to Minneapolis. So let's head up that way. Oh yeah, right there. And the sucky thing is now I'm going to have Minneapolis up in the top right corner of my screen. Now I wonder if I could actually delete it. But, oh, look at that. Perfect. So yeah, there is lightning in the vicinity of Minneapolis itself. Once I just know the weather radar works. Not that I doubt it did, but so yeah, you can see here we got a little bit of weather up in front of us. So it actually looks like we are going to fly straight into one. I think we should be low enough, or high enough, I'm sorry, we should be high enough to go over it. We'll definitely wait and see. But we should be alright. Yeah, looking at the tops of these clouds, we're well over them, so. Nice little airport off down over there. Alrighty, so ground speed 316 knots, not bad. A little slow for my liking, but single engine jet, it's actually pretty good. So should be coming up on those storms yet. See, it just rendered them in right now, right out in front of us. So I'd love to have a day where I could be like flying off and I could just see a storm over there. I could crank those settings up and it'd be alright, but fortunately I cannot. So we should be alright. Just like I said, by the looks of it, we are just going to go over the tops of these clouds. Now, worst case scenario, if it does get too tall, I can always fly just to the left of it and just skirt around it. Assuming, now let's just take a look real quick. Can I just get the view, please? Thank you. So yeah, I can always duck up just to the left around it and kind of snake back in. Because when we're this low and we're coming up on storms, you see we can get a little twinge of yellow popping up some of these storms, and by the looks of it, Minneapolis is getting nailed by some storms. You don't want to be flying directly into something, so always a bit of a interesting situation. But yeah, like I said, it looks, from what I can see, just, yeah, we're over the top of them. So it's just bumpy up here, that's all. But like I said, I have to say to Aerobask, my hat is off to you guys. Phenomenal job on this plane. It's I don't even have words to describe how great this is. I mean, this is a fully functional little private jet. What a cool little private jet too, and the systems all seem to work really well. I mean, I've never really been a fan of all these glass instruments, but they're just so easy to learn and come into, and just, you know, sit there and push the buttons and figure out, you know, okay, well, this does that and that does this and whatnot, and all the little systems and whatnot, and you can turn everything off, and the pop-out windows and keyboard integration and just everything is just so great. And if I had to review this plane, I mean, I really don't think there's much more you could do to this plane. You know, it's not lightning out of flight level 250 where there are absolutely no clouds. But sure, that works. You know, there's not really many animations that need to be added in this. There's not really, this plane doesn't really have wing flex. It doesn't really need that because it's not, there is no wing flex on this plane, really. Everything is pretty much spot on. I mean, it looks great, it flies great, it feels great, functionality wise, it's great. I mean, there's so many great features on this plane already. I mean, the fact that I have a fully working FMC right here built into the display, and all the things I can do, and the weather radar works very well. It's very simple. It's not a complicated system to work. From what I've seen, the TCAS does work. I haven't had a chance to use it. I do personally wonder if it does work with VATSIM, or X-Squawk Box for us X-Plane users, because I have flown, like on the JAR A320, the TCAS does actually pick up the aircraft on VATSIM, which is cool, but I'm curious to see if this will pick it up, but be nice, so we'll wait and see. Now it's raining up here, or freezing. Going into warp speed. Or hyperdrive, or whatever it is. I have to be very diligent about watching that, making sure I don't ice up. Oh yeah, it's getting really bumpy now. My windshield icing up? I think it is. Huh. I think my windshield's icing up. I really don't know how to combat that. Would it be inlet heat? That's not something I've ever truly checked out. Oh, defrost. Duh. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, it actually simulates, windshield icing and whatnot, because I'm pretty sure that was icing. Looks like it's clearing up. As the windows slowly defrost. And say we're pretty much all defrosted, so. Well, that's pretty cool. Now we should be out of it. It's because we are heading out of the system, so hopefully that'll kick in not too long from now. Now let's check the chat, see if anyone... Yeah, seeing it's doing it again, so... That's pretty cool. Pardon me for a moment. Come in. Now it looks on the right side of the plane that we do have some issues. Just screw it, we're gonna turn it all on. My side's alright, his co-pilot's side is not. Yeah, maybe that'll correct itself. Man, my windows are still frogging up. Always an interesting situation. So, looks like co-pilot side's bouncing back. Our side's doing alright.
Approaching waypoint.
Probably in the next few minutes here to send down to a lower altitude and get ready for arrival. Dive. Or roll. Such a beautiful plane. And there it goes. Yeah, that side's slowly coming back, so glad we didn't go into a full pedo ice over, so looks like we got a couple more systems to get through. And we're just skirting anyways, I'm sorry. Well, that's pretty darn cool that the plane iced up like that. Able to see more of Aerobask's work, which, again, like I was saying, if I were to rate Aerobask on the work that they've done, highly amazing product. Like I said, as far as the little things like the windshield continuously icing, it's just great. It's just phenomenal. Turn that on again. Let's just check the local map, see how close we're getting. Yeah, Minneapolis is just up there, so I'm going to actually just send down to about 12. I will.
Minneapolis St Paul into information Bravo. 1900 Zulu weather. Wind 070 at 8. Visibility more than 10. Rain. Sky conditions 1600 scattered. 13,500 overcast. Temperature 21. Dew point 18. Altimeter 2996. Arriving and departing runways 12 left, 12 right. Advise on initial contact. You have Bravo.
Send down to 12,000.
Minneapolis St Paul MN information Bravo. 1900 Zulu weather. Wind 070 at 8. Visibility more than 10. Rain. Sky conditions 1600 scattered. 13,500 overcast. Temperature 21, dew point 18. Altimeter 2996. Arriving and departing runways 12 left, 12 right. Advise on initial contact. You have Bravo.
Slowly coming back. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, good thing we passed through there earlier. Alrighty, so coming down. I do have some nice Minneapolis St Paul scenery that I got off the org free. It's great scenery. I will link that to you guys in the description. It's phenomenal scenery. And I'll also link you guys to the Aerobask Epic Victory if you are interested in purchasing this aircraft. I highly recommend it. Highly, highly recommend it. I haven't personally flown it and I don't own it, but I'd really recommend any Aerobask product, which also would include the Epic E1000 single-engine turboprop aircraft. So, same kind of deal. I got this same panel, just like I said, it's a turboprop, not a jet. So. It's slowly getting there. Alright, approaching Lazy. Yeah, we still got a little ways to go, so I'll keep it at 12 for now, and then I'll put it down to about maybe 6,000 or 8,000. That's our make decision altitude for the day, 340. Most airports and I fly into just privately, I set that for that. Just so I know, since it is going to be a little stormy coming into Minneapolis tonight. Go off to a right, well, a bunch of storms over there. Alrighty.
Approaching waypoint.
Thank you. Approaching waypoint. What's this off in front of me? Looks like we got a storm off in front of me. Looks like we got another storm way off in front of us. That's the only way to Minneapolis. My only concern is that tiny little yellow speck right there. And by the looks of it, looks like we're flying smack dab right in the middle of it. So that is just my only concern. Man, and I just got that back too.
Approaching waypoint.
Whoa, it is getting some awful. Jeez. This is not a time to be acting up there, throttle. I think we're gonna descend a little bit further because we're just not having a fun time up here. 12, yeah, we're gonna descend down to, I think we're gonna get down to about 8,000.
Fuel tank switched.
Ouch. Just pump it back.
Approaching waypoint.
Thunder. But I mean, X-Plane's come a long way from when I first started flying, and we had things like X-Plane freeware, and we were using their 757, and that was a fun plane, but definitely the frames ran pretty good because it just was a very basic 2D cockpit, and really no animations except the gear. The gear did do the tilted, which was nice, but it's very basic and whatnot. So, and now we have planes like this, which are just absolutely mind-blowing. So, it's pretty dang cool.
Approaching waypoint.
Gonna be putting down a little lower, a little bit, so we get closer to Minneapolis. Still got another 12 minutes. Just I don't want to be flying directly through these clouds. I'd rather be just skirting just underneath these smaller, just rain systems. Rain. Yeah, you can see the larger of the cells just up off to the north of the airport, so hopefully get in and beat that system in, so.
Approaching waypoint.
That was relatively close.
Minneapolis St Paul Intel Information Bravo. 1900 Zulu weather. Wind 050 at 9, visibility 9, rain. Sky conditions 1400 fuel, 3700 scattered, temperature 20, dew point 17, altimeter 2995. Arriving and departing runways 12 left, 12 right. Advise on initial contact, you have Bravo.
So I think he said the wind was 150, so we're going to go ahead and set up for a 12 approach. Probably going to go ahead and
Minneapolis St Paul Intel Information Bravo. 1900 Zulu weather. Wind 050 at 9, visibility 9, rain. Sky conditions 1400 fuel, 3700 scattered, temperature 20, dew point 17, altimeter 2995. Arriving and departing runways 12 left, 12 right.
12 right.
Advise on initial contact, you have Bravo.
Yeah, we'll be coming in 12 right.
Minneapolis St Paul Intel Information Bravo. 1900 Zulu weather. Wind 050 at 9, visibility 9, rain. Sky conditions 1400 fuel, 3700 scattered, temperature 20, dew point 17, altimeter 2995. Arriving
I think it's
and
screwed it up.
departing runways 12 left, 12 right. Advise on initial contact, you have Bravo. Minneapolis St Paul Intel Information Bravo. 1900 Zulu weather. Wind 050 at 9, visibility 9, rain. Sky conditions 1400 fuel, 3700 scattered, temperature 20, dew point 17, altimeter 299.
Let's just try this again. No. Oh, this mouse is gonna kill me. There, I guess that works. And of course we are. So we're actually going to cut that leg short. So I am going to get down to about 3,000. Oh. Why does it keep doing that? Thank you. Are you kidding me? Really? I can feel migraine coming on. Oh, why are these acting up on me right now? Alrighty, so 12 right's going to be 110 point. I'm just going to put down a little lower. I'm going to start slowing up.
Approaching waypoint.
Yeah, see, there's the Minneapolis scenery that I have. Pretty. So, so I will link that in the description. Pretty good scenery for free. So yeah, looks like we're gonna cut that approach short, turn right, and try to beat that approaching storm before it heads over the airport. Actually, we'll go ahead and it even comes with a Minneapolis downtown, as you can see over there. And I think the new Vikings arena may be right there, or whatever that is. I don't know. Never been to Minneapolis. Don't really care for any Minneapolis teams. So I'm going to go ahead and kill the autopilot.
Autopilot disconnect.
I'm actually going to fly up this highway here and make my turn in. It's just I don't want to get any closer to that storm. See, it's right over there. Now let's level out, because I don't even have the gear down yet.
Gear down.
We'll go ahead and throw those down. We'll get a little drag. First flaps at 190, full at 150. Alright, we'll start making a turn in toward the airport. Aim for that red building just short of the runway. Flaps full. Runway is actually right there. Actually, that's not the runway. Runway... Where's my runway? Right there, so... Looks like we have a target to aim for. Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. No more puns. No more puns. So yeah, storm's just off to my left. It's gonna be somewhere over there.
500.
500. Yep, there's my runway right there. So be aiming for that building just before we get to that building, make our right turn into the runway. Why is it sunny? It's freaking storming.
Approaching minimums.
Approaching minimums. I can even drag this in slower. I intend to just because I don't want to land flat this time.
$400.
400. There's our target.
$300.
Check final, make sure no one's on final. Yeah, we're good.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
'A little bit of a floater. Alrighty, we are down, finally. I'm gonna pull up those flaps, get rid of some of that lift. So. Let's get on the brakes. Make our turn off here, and we'll just taxi over to where those private jets are. But yeah, like I said, phenomenal scenery. Very, very great scenery. Well, it sounds like it's raining pretty hard, so I will go ahead and kill the radars, land light, strobe light, anti-ice. I'll kill that. And I can depressurize. So we can also kill the autopilot and the trim. So that was a pretty interesting flight. First actual full flight with the Aerobask Epic Victory. Like I said, guys, I highly do recommend this aircraft to you guys. I'm just like you. I love very high quality, very high detailed aircraft, and this is, you know, something fun to fly around, and a little different than, you know, the commercial jets we get. Dang, look at that, A330, get a 7.4 on the ramp. All looks nice. D190 looks like a 767. Nice. Very, very detailed. What do we got on the ramp over here? Some Citations, Falcons. Looks like a Lear. Just gonna go park up to the right of that citation. Alright, parking brake set. Alright, we can go ahead and shut down the aircraft. Anyways, guys, so I appreciate you for watching and tuning in today and whatnot. If you like what you saw, like I said, give that like button a hit. If you do not like it, give that dislike button a hit, but do so if you have fair reason to. You know, if you just didn't like the video, then, you know, hit it. You don't have to watch the channel if you don't want to. Just don't repeatedly dislike all my videos just because. So, anyways, guys, I will talk to y'all later. Like I said, I'll link all this in the description below, and talk to you then. See you later.